Hello, everybody. I'm used to seeing this little side anyway. How's it all going? Hey, Opus. Hey, Callie. How are things? I'm very determined to write today. God, I'm tired. Oh, man. I went to the gym again today. I am going every day! Sometimes I do, but well, you know, when the thing starts and I don't see people in here. Oh, 1 second. Let me turn on the air conditioning. It was a little cold, so I turned it off. Then I turned it back on. Anyways, what was I saying? Send it. Oh! Sorry. I'm just tired. Oh, I tried the Stairmaster today. At the gym. That's the thing I'm doing now. I'm going to the gym every day. That's my big event. I'm becoming terrible. I'm trying to just avoid dying. No, I mean, obviously I will die at some point. Yeah. They are no joke. They are no joke. I was dead like 10 minutes into it. I was like, oh my god. You know, I'm trying to avoid ever going to the hospital again. Might be good. You know, I have weights here. I'm too nervous to do them in front of people at the gym, but I have some weights at home that I can use. I was actually getting kind of into it, and then I pooped blood. That's gross, but that's what happened, and it made me scared. Yeah, eventually I'll start doing weights. Yeah. 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 I'm just happy that I'm actually exercising. Feels good. Feels like I'm achieving something. And also, my goal in life is to never be in the hospital again. No, that's my goal in life. And I'm going to try and do whatever it takes to make sure I never end up there again. You know? So if that means like giving up stuff and exercising every day, that's what it means. Yeah. Anyways. The weight's been coming off, which is good. That's cool, Callie. Callie, I love it. You always have. There's always something so unique about reading your things. I'm always fascinated by them. That sounds good. I like it. I like it. Um, I sent you messages, Opus. Maybe. I can't promise anything right now. But maybe. I'll get back to you on that later, okay? I'll have to talk it over because I'm not, but maybe. I would need to know some dates. Because there's a possibility that we're going on a trip, and which wouldn't necessarily exclude from that organization organizing that. So I'm not sure. But I'll get back to you on that. There's okay. Anyways, okay. I'm just gonna say we may take a trip at some point, but I don't think that would necessarily be an issue, even if we do take the trip. So, we could. I will say this: we do have a spare room, so. So I'll try. I'll see. Okay. My mom might want to talk to you, but I mean, is she? Okay. Is she here right now? Anyways, yeah. No. We'll see. I can't promise anything, but maybe. I'll see. And besides the Christian thing, she'll like that. Okay, but anyways, what were we talking about? Sorry, real life happening there in conversation. Let's see. Stupid things. So let's talk stupid things. If you could, would you own a pet fox? I know, I would too. I know the ones in Russia. I've more than once thought about getting them, but I'm like, I don't know. That's probably. But they're very cute, aren't they? There's this lady on YouTube who has a fox shelter, and she rescues foxes, and they're very, very cute. I really want a pet. Yeah. If you could, what's the one animal you could get that? If you could have any animal in the world, what would be the animal you could get? Red pandas. I like a maned wolf. Do you know what maned wolves are? What about a pet whale? Yeah, probably not, right? It's kind of like, when you really sit down and think about it, it's wild that whales exist, right? Like, that there's just these mammoth moving beasts in the middle of the ocean that just... And the fact that they're mammals and they breathe air, but they're like cute, they're just... you know, the size of like an island. It's kind of amazing. I think about like if you really think about it, let's really think about it. Let's sit there and think about it for a second. Whales like explain so much of like monsters really in like ancient mythology. Because like if you were a sailor like on the like Aegean Sea or something, and you saw like a whale tail like pop out, wouldn't that be like, oh shit, that's a fucking monster? We just saw a fucking monster, everybody. Okay, here's a fun question. Do you know that Poseidon isn't the god of the oceans? Poseidon is specifically the god. I was going to frame it like a question, but I just said the answer. Poseidon is actually just the god of the Mediterranean. Yes. There's a different god of the oceans. See, what you have to understand about the ancient world is that ocean sailing, technology-wise, was so dangerous it wasn't really done. Sailors would just keep to known land masses, like close to shores. That's how they would do it. So that's why, like, Europeans never went over to the Americas until much later, when they developed more, like more efficient sailing vessels. So, like, to sail out into the ocean past, you know, the Rock of out of the Mediterranean, out of the Rock of Gibraltar, was considered like, you know, that's the edge of the world. Like, that would be certain death. That's why we, so the god of the oceans is actually a god named, I believe, Oceanus. And, oh, it's technically not a god, a titan. Oceanus. Yeah, so that's fun. I was very fascinated by that fact. Like, to the Greeks, like, leaving the Mediterranean was essentially like, you know, you're just leaving the universe. Hey Pip, how's it going? How are things? Are they good? Are they complete? Are they coherent? Nice. Okay, so who's everybody's favorite Greek god? Oh man. Oh dude, you're jumping up leaps and bounds. That's awesome, dude. What did you impulse buy? No, I don't. They're just figured. No, those are good picks. I like those picks. Echo and Narcissus. Narcissus. I sympathize with Narcissus. I too can't help but look at myself in the river. I am the best looking person in the universe. Well, that's good. Ooh, jeez. Did you buy it? Is it in your possession? So what, Callie? What would you say your favorite myth? Oof. Well, I hope it justifies all your love. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Well, I'm glad, my bud. I'm glad. Welcome back. Dude. Callie! You live in New York City, buddy. Where do you... There's no other... Come on, man. Come on. You're literally at one of the epicenters of all culture in the world. Yeah, but so does every city. But anyways, you're literally at the epicenter of culture, man. If you can't find exciting things to do in New York, man, you're not going to find it anywhere else. I'm sorry, Callie. Yeah, exactly, Callie. You. I live in a dead end. I live in a dead end. Go nowhere place. You live in one of the you live in one of the cultural capitals of the entire world. Yes, you are. Yes. Yes, you are. It's easy when you live in a city to not realize how good the city is, but come on. Oh, people are stupid at McDonald's. Oh, I've never. um. Let's see. I'm trying to remember this guy's name. People will ruin their life for like McDonald's burgers. It's I don't know if people are. Um, there was this wrestler once. I forget his name, but he was a big guy, and he got arrested for. He went to prison for 2 years, and what he did was he went up to McDonald's, and they were filming a McDonald's commercial, and he said, there were burgers there, and he was really hungry, so he's just like, he knocked on the door and he says, "Hey, can I have those burgers?" And they said, "No, you can't. You can't have those burgers. We're filming a commercial." And he was so incensed by that he threw a rock through the window and then ran away. And you gotta remember, this is a wrestler. This is a pro wrestler, so he's like a huge guy, thick muscles. Later, they found him in a. They tracked him down to his hotel, and he got into a fight with like 8 different police officers. And it ended with him going to prison for 3 years, all because he was mad that they wouldn't give him burgers. Like, for some reason, people are like, fast food workers, lowest of the low. We're gonna hurt them. I don't know. There's just something deeply pathetic about ruining your life over some fast food. Like, there's people in prison right now because they killed somebody over. There's a guy in prison right now because he killed somebody over a Popeye's chicken sandwich. Yeah, so that's the thing that occurred in my city. I think it was in Houston where it happened. People are stupid. Really, 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 really stupid. And it's like you wonder about like how people work, right? I think about that. It's like, and how people think like any of this is like a good idea. Sorry, I'm just tired. I'm trying not to die, so I've been going to the gym. I said that already. I'm trying not to die, so I've been going to the gym more. And it's been tiring. It's been a tiring few days. I'm very tired right now, but I really, very passionately want to get some writing done tonight, and we should. But we should also like just sit back and relax for a few minutes. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Ugh. Anybody reading any stuff? Fantasy westerns. Who's read any fantasy westerns? It's a western, but it's also a fantasy series. Writing fanfic? No, but I'm glad you're doing it. I think it's a fun hobby. It's fun. Who wants to write? Callie, what? Why have you not told me that you've been reading this? How is it? I like that book quite a lot. What are you writing fanfics for, Piv? What are you writing fanfics for? You know, when I was a kid, I wrote fanfics, and you know, it was good. It was good, and it was fun for a bit. But I don't know. I think I don't know. I kind of. I don't know. I guess I just want to create my own worlds. You know. Yeah. Go ahead, link it. That's good. Yeah, that's a great. I love that book. That's a great book. Neil Gaiman. Yeah. Terry Pratchett. Opus, have you ever read Good Omens? I've talked about this before. The fanfic I wrote was an epic. The greatest epic ever written. It was about Danny Phantom joining the Assassin's Guild in Assassin's Creed. It was the greatest piece of writing ever. Of course, Beastars. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Very cool. I'm sure we've all written fanfic for something. Callie, Opus, have you written fanfic? No, let's do this. Be honest, be honest. Speak the truth! Yeah. Speak it! Originality is overrated. What we should do is spend all of our time glorifying major media projects by big companies. That's what we should do. That's mean. That's mean. I shouldn't say that. Don't tell people I said that. Yeah. I mean, that does go on an interesting question. What really is a fanfic? If you really think about it. One of the, critics, and, critics talk about this a lot. For a lot of people, one of the greatest novels ever written is a novel by James Joyce called Ulysses. Hello, Robin. Hello. How's it going? And it is a modern adaptation of, modern at the time adaptation of the Odyssey, adapted into modern day Dublin. And I mean, that's a type of fanfic, So what exactly qualifies, I guess, is the question. In fanfic terms, that would be a modern AU. Rob, how the heck are things going? Does the whole superhero industry count as fanfic? That's pretty darn good. I don't know. It's just like what qualifies. It's like, I mean, ostensibly, like, we don't have permission to use Greek mythology, but we do it anyways, because the general thought is, well, kind of everybody, it's kind of, it's so ancient that nobody has the rights to that. I would say if the authors have been dead for near a millennia, it's fine. And if history, fine. You live your life so hard that you get into the history books. I think it's fine for people to write stories about you. But where and when does it end? Who knows? honestly, like, even like, and it gets into this point where it's a little bit like you can't really own a type of idea. Like, you can't own. There's no copyright on ideas. There's copyright on specific things. Like, you can, like, let's take Batman. Batman is a ripoff of The Shadow. Openly so. Batman ripped off The Shadow and Zorro. And in fact, the first Batman story is pretty much has been found to be plagiarized from a Shadow story. So, like, but the thing is, like, Batman doesn't own the idea of a night-based vigilante skulking around the shadows while also being a rich billionaire playboy. Like, anybody in the world, like Opus, you can do that. You can do a night-based vigilante who's secretly a rich pretty boy. Robin can do a Batman-inspired character. But what you can't do is have a character named Bruce Wayne who dresses up as the Batman and fights a supervillain by the name of the Joker. That's a big no-no. The specifics, that's what's copyrighted. This is actually... Oh, yay, we're going to do a rate sprint. I want to finish up the thought process, though. This is actually going to become an interesting question pretty soon, because Batman himself is nearing public domain status. And what that exactly means is complicated. Batman public domain. It will enter public domain status on January 1st, 2035. So, but what that means is the first year of Batman will enter public domain. Nice. Do it. That always fixes everything. Space almost always fixes everything. Has there ever been a Batman in space? DC hasn't made a Batman, but also in space. What the fuck are they doing? But there is, but before you rush off and do your Batman in space in 2035, you should know that there is probably a way around it. Are you aware that the early Mickey Mouse cartoons fall into the public domain? I believe at this point. But Mickey Mouse himself doesn't fall into public domain. Yeah. You got a point there. I would argue that The Mandalorian is maybe closer to, like, say... The Mandalorian, I would argue, is actually closer to a very old manga series called Wolf and Cub. If you've ever heard it, yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. Lone Wolf and Cub is probably the main inspiration for. Yeah. So Lone Wolf and Cub is about a Ronin whose family was widowed, whose entire family was killed except for his young baby son. It's very influential, and it was also one of the first, like, mangas to kind of hit the U.S. There's a ton of movies and animes based around it. We're gonna do Lone Wolf and Cub. And the structure is very... Oh my god, there's a ton of them. Let's see. Yeah. See? The Star Wars streaming service The Mandalorian has a premise influenced by Lone Wolf and Cub with the title character. Yeah. Star Wars is influenced by a lot of things, but one of its main things is samurai movies. Because like even the word Jedi comes from the term for the samurai genre. Jedi. I know I'm mispronouncing it, and I apologize to anybody who speaks Japanese, but it's like Jedi Jinkai, I think is how you say it. Which roughly translates into like old movie or historic movie, and that's generally the term that they use in samurai films. So, yeah, Lone Wolf and Cub it seems to be the big inspiration for The Mandalorian. Even like the story structure, like the fact that it's more like episodic based and is a real obvious sign, and it's about a badass and a little baby wandering around the universe. Best episode of... But there is definitely... there is definitely a Batman prompt. There's also like, Clint Eastwood, there's also the Man with No Name trilogy, probably. That's an influence on all that. There is a motive as Clint Eastwood wasn't those... The Mandalorian mask is as motive as those movies, as Clint Eastwood's face. That works. Do it. I love it. I have sort of a Batman character in the back of my head that I've been wanting to do for a while, but it's hard to explain. But I think it could work really well. Listen, I'm all for, by the way. At an hour, by the way, we're gonna do the sprint, and it'll be a 20-minute sprint. But I'm all for, by the way, stealing whatever idea you want and just doing your own version of it. I think there's something very noble about stealing ideas, because that's how genres get started. One work is popular, then everybody steals those ideas and improves on them. Listen, The Noble Thief. I love that. Yeah, that's... Well, Batman is fundamentally a broken person, and he tries to fill the void of family with lost orphans, like he was. He's just... You think maybe seeing his parents get killed in front of him was a bit traumatic for Bruce? Didn't affect him at all, no. Not even a little. I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. It is funny, like, how traumatic, like, all that shit is for Kit. Like, superheroes, like, one of the defining features they have is they all have, like, a really sad backstory. Like, is there any superhero that doesn't have some sort of, like, sad backstory? Can we think of any? You should be a superhero, Opus. Yeah, any day now, a meteor is going to fall, or you're going to get bitten by some radioactive spider. Yeah, I guess Booster Gold. Booster Gold is a pretty fun character, I think, in the end, isn't he? Booster Gold is... I haven't read a lot of Booster Gold. Yeah. So Booster Gold was a janitor in the far future who stole technology and traveled back in time to be a superhero. But he's a fun character because he's kind of a fame hound, and he has like he has an ego. He has a bit of ego about himself. So his main goal is to be a famous superhero, not so much a. And they play with that in various ways. I believe he was. So was everybody in Smallville. Smallville is so funny because it's like halfway through it, it's like can Clark just be Superman now? Why are we waiting? Yeah. He you could probably describe him as sort of an anti-hero in some ways. Like, but that drove me crazy about Smallville. Like halfway through it, it's like, Jesus, can we just make this a Superman show already? Yeah, I loved it too. It got pretty bad. It got pretty bad by the end of it. It was pretty bad. It would have moments where it's like, oh, this is good again, and then it's like, oh, yeah. I mean, I love Tom Welling. I like Michael Rosenbaum. I think those were like really good casting choices. Hey, Dick, how's it going? I think those were like great casting choices. Before the weirdness happened, I used to really like Allison Mack. Before the incident happened. God, of all the people to have a weird heel turn, of all the people to have like such a weird heel turn in real life, I would have never pegged Allison. I would have never pegged Allison Mack as being that one. How's it going, Dick? We're talking Smallville. I would have never pegged Allison Mack for being like a total. One of the fucking weirdest people in the world. Jeez. I listened to it a little bit. Who played Chloe? She played Chloe. She played Chloe. Did you hear about in the news what happened with her? Joined a cult. Joined a cult. Yeah. A real bad one, too. And, I think she's still under his, like, in many ways, like I know, and one oh boy, it just read about Nexium. I will say this: I think, in my personal opinion, I think some of the stuff she confessed to is because she's still under his like the leader's like thrall a little bit, you know, because cult leaders do that sort of thing where they make their like most like dedicated followers like confess to their crimes. So I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, they suck. Yeah. I won't go into. I don't know. I won't go into. Hey, look up Nexium if you want to. It's pretty bad. They really do suck. They suck in all the worst ways, and that's one of them. And that Keith Raniere guy is a fucking just monster of a dude. Anyways, I did really like her character. It's hard for me to go back to that show and go like, oh, this was a character I enjoyed. This was a character who I enjoyed and I was quite a fan of, and going like, oh, but what are you talking about? They all seem like such stable people. Yeah. Did you? I did like Lois. Not a huge fan of Lana in that show. I don't know if that's controversial now. You know, maybe post-analysis I probably should be a lot kinder to Lana. Okay, good. Well, the problem is, like, in the end, it's like Clark always gets with Lois, and you're a little bit like, well, why are we putting so much effort into Lana? Because it's like, and I liked Lois more. Yeah, but it's bad. It's a very bad show. It had moments of great. But Lois is always a likable character. I don't know. Maybe I just like, like, I like that Lois is like, yeah, I agree with you. Wouldn't it have been so much better? Amy Adams is one of my favorite actresses of all time. But she was I think she was kind of a weird choice to be Lois. I don't know. Like, I love Amy Adams. Amy Adams is amazing. I will. Almost every role I've seen her in is like she's a great actress. So it's hard for me to say. Yeah, I agree. I feel it was. I don't know. Isn't that funny? We're supposed to be doing writing, I know, but I want to talk about this for a second. It's like, I find that so funny. Yeah, I remember that. It was like an episode like where I forget what it was. I know I remember her being in it, but I just don't remember the episode. I was like 11 or 12, I don't know, or 13 when I saw these, so it's been a while. Like, man, I watched that all the way. I watched Smallville all the way to the end. I kept up with it the whole time. Right. Oh, that's such a weird. Oh. It's so funny. Yeah. I once played Superman in a school play. That's a real thing that happened. So that's so funny. You were the smart one, Dig. You were the smart one. You gave up. Yes, you should have given up. It was so much pain and suffering. Yeah. They did. I mean, they had practically everybody. The only character they never had was Batman, which was weird in some ways, because it felt like they were going to... A few times they really wanted to bring in Batman. Lionel Luthor. That was also the thing I was going to say. That was really good. Honestly, if they just made it about the Luthors, it probably would have been a better show, because both Lionel and Lex were really well cast. I mean, let's be honest. If they just made it a straight Superman show, I think it would have been better. Yeah, they were so good. Lionel was great. Was a great. Yeah, Lionel and Lex were really well cast. I don't know. I mean, the Kents were really well cast. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't like Well, like, the problem is, like, okay, so here's my contention. Here's my contention with, like, shows. Smallville is a show about Superman. We want to see Superman stories. We don't want to see, like, the adventures of Superman's friends of friends. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I didn't give a shit. I didn't give a motherfucking shit. Goddamn any consideration about that stupid witch stuff that they did for, like, what, season 4? Who the fuck gives a shit about Yeah, I think definitely we've learned. Yeah, like, when it was more cohesive, I think it was better. Who the fuck gives a shit about that? Don't introduce your own lore. It's my same problem with, like, a lot of modern adaptations. I mean, one of my problems with modern, like, superhero adaptations is it can never be just about, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck gives a shit about... Is this gonna be... Are we gonna... Listen, is this gonna introduce, like, Jason Bloodstone or something? I would be interested in that. Are we gonna bring in Jason Bloodstone or, like, any of the magic side of the DC universe? Is Dr. Fate gonna show up? Is any of that stuff gonna happen? No? Then I don't give a fucking shit. Who the fuck cares? No. We don't want to introduce any of this provably interesting stuff. Yeah, why not Constantine? Why not Bloodstone? Why not why not Etrigan the Demon? Why not Dr. Fate? Why not, like... Yeah, I know, that pissed me off. Right. Oh, so gross. Ugh. who the fuck gives a shit? Right? Right? Like, I don't know. There's a little part of me that gets irritated when they're like writers come in and like they go like, well, I want to tell my own story. Like, no, you don't. Stop it. Nobody gives a shit about your own story. Adapt the fucking material. Change what needs to be changed. Simplify what needs to be simplified. But it's not your job. We don't want to hear your voice. We want the material adapted. Fucking Gotham Knights. Ugh, how much I hate it. I hated that show so much. Yeah, that was so irritating. The thing is, like, when you adapt stuff, you need to change things up. Like, just fundamentally changing from one medium to another, you know, like, yeah, like, who the fuck cares about, like, you know what's so funny is, in some way, all that secret bullshit, all the secret stuff, is a pretty good adaptation of the Superboy comics. Because the Superboy comics were that stupid in a lot of ways. Yeah. Who knows? Like, but it's like, what? I don't know. Like, who the fuck cares about, like, we want to see superhero stories. We don't want to, like, superhero stories, I think, like, to get into, like, the nitty-gritty, and I know we should do a writing sprint, but I want to talk about it. Superhero stories, to get into the nitty-gritty of a lot of this stuff. I think one of the problems, like, with modern superhero stories, it gets too bogged down in, like, the mechanics of superheroes in a lot of ways. Like, the secret identity thing was always just a plot device, you know? You know, it was always just kind of a plot device that people did. It's not, you know, it wasn't really the story. Yeah. I'd love to see a Legion of Superheroes show. Legion of Superheroes is so fun. Yeah. I mean, I know there was a Legion of Superheroes show, but I would love to see, like, a... God, that thing is a fucking continuity nightmare. The Legion of Superheroes. Yeah. Anyways. I do too! I still think ultimately the Bruce Timm stuff is probably the best TV, at least the best TV adaptation, and I could be talked into thinking it's just the best adaptation. But like the Timm verse or the Paul Dinn-verse or the Alan Dean verse or whatever you want to call it, that whole slate of cartoon, like, animated series that they made has never, I don't know, it's so good. It's so good. You know, and I every time I rewatch it, I go like, oh, this is so perfect. And they did long form storytelling. I mean, one of the things, like, they did really well is that, you know, like, individual episodes were more about, like, say, characters, like, and than just the mechanics of the thing. Like, did the super, like, they never bothered with the secret identity stuff because who the fuck cares, right? Also, I'm just going to throw this out there because I want to be mean. Because I'm going to be mean and not nice to people. I'm going to be mean. The single Flash episode that Justice League Unlimited did, focusing on the Flash for a single episode, was better than the entire Flash TV show. I said it, and I'm not ashamed to have said it. Also, Michael Rosenbaum voiced Flash in the Justice League, so you know. Lex Luthor himself voiced Flash in the Justice League. So like that scene I tried to read Ready Player One, was not a huge fan. Let's see. Flash. I'm just going to show it. I will show this. Oh, that's such a good episode. That's so funny. Where he tries to figure out if he should wash his hands. That's such a good episode. I love that episode so much. Oh, in the Justice League cartoon from the 2000s. Listen, I'm usually against showing clips from things, but we're gonna show a clip from this because I want to prove. I have things to prove. I have things to prove. 1 second.
What? You gonna wash your hands? No, 'cause I'm evil.
So, basic backstory is Flash and Lex Luthor switch bodies.
Lex, you're having a difficult day. If nothing else, I can at least learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is.
That's such a realistic thing. Anyways, that's such a good man. No, the CW shows were pretty garbage in a lot of ways. I love that show so much. I mean, I love the whole that whole animated universe that they have, Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series, Justice League, and Justice League Unlimited. Yeah, well, I like Wally West more than Barry Allen. I always have. Wally West is a better character. Barry Allen is a huge fucking. Barry Allen is a dork, and not in the fun way. He's kind of like a square loser. And he's an idiot. Yeah. Wally West was the better Flash. Wally West was always. Is my thing a little loud? It's going red quite often. I don't like that. Yeah. Whereas Wally, what drives me crazy about it is they just do Wally West's story, but I don't know. This gets to my whole thing about why I don't like Jeff Johns as a writer, because I feel he's the one who really pushed for Can I show you? Let me just show you one more scene to show you how good the Flash is in Justice League compared to like in the TV show.
James, you're off your meds, aren't you?
I'm better off without him. Take him if I start feeling down.
You know that's not how the medicine works. You're not well.
I'm fine. You want to throw some darts?
No. Listen, James, you're wearing the suit again.
I am? Well, what do you know?
Here's the deal, buddy. Tell me where those guys went, and I promise to come see you in the hospital. We'll play darts. The soft kind.
Okay. They're gonna ambush you at the Flash if you see him.
See? That's all we needed. Come on, we better get over there.
What about your enemy?
Oh, right. Dude, as soon as you finish your drink, turn yourself in.
Got me again, Flash.
Like, isn't that so good? Like, isn't that like so much better? Like, one thing that always really bugged me about Flash comics are kind of unique in that there is him and his villains have a weird camaraderie with each other that I think the show never really got. Like there's a whole like level, Flash and his villains have like a level of respect for each other that's strange. Like it's almost like they work. It's almost like they work together less than they like they're supervillains and superhero obviously, but it's more like you have a working relationship with them more than anything. It's quite funny, and like you know, the villains are all like, and the villains are kind of coded to be in a union. It's funny because they're also sort of union. They're coded to be sort of a. It's kind of a supervillain union, and Flash has a really unique like chemistry to it that's fun, a lot more fun. And I hate the fucking Flash show. I hate the fucking Flash show. There, I said it. I hate it so much. It was bad. It was really bad. And I had to spend almost a decade of people telling me it was good. And I bit my tongue. I said, okay. It's okay. It's not for me. But I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be kind. I'm gonna be nice. I don't want to be a weirdo, elitist dickhead who excludes people from enjoying things. I watched 2 seasons of it. And I couldn't stand it after that. I kept waiting for it to get good. But I just couldn't take it. I hate the writing. I hate the characters. I hate when it tries to be funny. I think that was really good casting. I'll say this for Supergirl. It was a great casted. Like, they found a great Supergirl. They found a really good Supergirl. And they could have built a great show around her, but I never like they did one thing very well in that they cast perfectly. Like, Melissa was a perfect pick for Supergirl, and then nothing. Yeah. Listen, I'm just gonna say this. After I saw Peacemaker, I was like, oh, right, superhero shows could have been good this whole time. Superhero shows could have been good. Like, you see Peacemaker and you're like, oh, right. I forgot, if you just get good people in charge, it's a good show. Like, the fact that you had, like, Like, the fact that we could have just done that the whole time, had characters, you know, like, actual talented people do it, instead of, like B-level soap opera writers in charge of superheroes, it makes me frustrated. I don't know. But it wasn't for me. I don't know. Me being nice, I'm like... I personally really didn't like the CW shows that they produced. I think I really wasn't really a fan of, but there are people out there who really got into it, and I don't know. I'm not. That was real. That was real for them. You know what I mean? That was real, and that's not something I have any interest in taking away. Yeah. Like, if people liked, like, Flash and Arrow and Supergirl, and you were correct in liking that. Like, people are correct in liking those shows. Because in the end, all that really matters is if you liked it. But I fucking hated them. Yeah. Yeah. And the fact, you know, Marvel... I don't know people's opinion about Marvel television, but Legion was legitimately a fascinating show, and, you know, so it's possible to create great... Yeah, we are. Hey Jen, how's it going? We're getting a lot done. Theoretically, we're in the middle of a writing sprint right now. But Robin here distracted me by talking about DC shows, and I have many a thought. Like, I'm a comedy guy. I love comedy and stuff like that. It's going good. Yeah. Yeah. I hate when, like, what really aggravated me was when the Flash tried to be funny. That's what I'll say. Like, it got to a point where it was like, just like it's like I wanted to claw out my eyes, like drive really sharp things into my ears, because it's like, oh my god, this is not funny. Yeah, Barry Allen has never been funny once. Wally West is a funny character, because Wally West was mostly shepherded by Mark Waid, and Mark Waid is a legitimately funny writer. Oh, yeah. So, Jim, what? Yeah. I love Wally West. I love Bart Allen. Bart Allen is also a good character. So was Jesse Quick. So were a lot of the speedsters. Yeah, it was pretty good. I feel it. Yeah, Bart Allen is real. Bart Allen was how to explain who Bart Allen is? No. Yeah, Bart Allen is the third, character name. Okay, so Bart Allen. So Flash has stupid, irritating continuity in a lot of ways. Anytime like they, I feel general opinion about Young Justice, it was good, but I feel it never got the chance to be great, just because it got kind of cut off by the knees. Yeah. That was brought into the present and now lives in the present along Barry Allen. It's so confusing. The problem is, like, the whole thing is, like, there's so much time travel in the Flash stuff that there's, like, people who live in the future, and, you know, like, there's people who are from the present who live in the future, and people from the future who live in the past, and its causality and all, Continuity gets very confusing once you introduce time travel. And the mythos get a little bit, mixed up. But one thing that's important to know about Bart is that he is not the Flash, and he never wanted to be the Flash, and that's the thing that you have to remember about Bart. Bart always wants to be like the best. Bart always wanted to be his own kind of person, so he was Impulse, but then they didn't want to do that, so they booked me. Anyways, I loved the original. I love the Impulse comics; they're some of my favorites. I like Mark Waid's writing just in general. So Bart is a confusing character. And are you asking, was he named after Bart Simpson? Yes, he was. Then there's... You know what's so funny about Young Justice, for a brief second? And then I swear to goodness, we are going to write. Okay? Writing will happen. Okay. Bart out. Okay, so it's funny that the Teen Titans show and the Young Justice show that the tones are flipped in some way from the comics. Because the Young Justice show actually is more like the tone of the Teen Titans comics. Like the Teen Titan comics are more similar to the Young Justice show, but the Young Justice comics are like their tone and style is very similar to Teen Titans, and I think that's just kind of funny. Like the Teen... I even heard that the Teen Titans comics cartoon was originally supposed to be a Young Justice show. But they changed it midway through to be Teen Titans. So, like, Young Justice, in adaptation-wise, is more accurate to the Teen Titans comics, and the Teen Titans show is more accurate to the Young Justice comics. I like... The cartoon is fine. The Titan show was very bad. Listen, I'm just gonna say it. Outside of Doom Patrol and Peacemaker, they haven't made a really good DC show. I'm glad... That live action... Oh, I hated that live action Titans show. Smallville is not a good show. It's an enjoyable show with strong parts to it, but it's not good. Let's not kid ourselves. It was a very watchable show with decent casting. But I wouldn't describe it necessarily as good. Yes. Okay, sure. Yeah. I'm not hugely opposed to, like... I'll say this. If we're gonna insist on doing, like, weird sexual things with teenage characters, I would rather it be adults playing those characters. I would rather us not do the weird sexual things to teenagers in TV shows that we do, but I guess baby steps. Thinking of You, Riverdale. took... Yeah. I just try... I try and ignore that. Like, when they said he was 14, I'm like, no. No, he's not. Like, why didn't they just make him 16? Like, I know that's, like, equally improbable, but it's less improbable. Yeah. He'd grow up big fast, yeah. I don't know. People are weird. I don't know. I mean, the truth of the matter is, the reason they did that is... Yes, the truth of the matter is, the reason... I'll just say that. The truth of the matter is, the reason they did that is because there's a lot of laws pertaining to minors on film and television sets. And it's easier just to cast older people. But, saying that, they could have easily cast somebody that looks conceivably younger. Like, Tom Holland was 24 when he first played Spider-Man. But I believe, like 21, 22 when he first played Spider-Man. But I believed he was a 16-year-old when he was playing Spider-Man, because he looked conceivable. You know, he pulled that off. And Tom Welling, for many of his positives, is a big hunking piece of meat, and there's no way he looked conceivably 14. Like, Tom Holland is a big hunkin' piece. Like, Tom Welling is a hunkin' piece of meat. You know, he's big, broad-shouldered, and very tall. Makes a good Superman. Well cast. Yeah, I would have believed 16. I would have believed 16. But... Or I could have suspended my disbelief for 16. Yeah. Well picked, but not well picked for 14-year-old. Listen, all of this could have been solved. Why didn't they just make a Superman show? Like, why not just make a Superman show? Like, why not just do Superman? Like, I get it, the first few years, like, you wanted to show teenage Clark. That was fun. Just make it a Superman show. I think every problem in Smallville traces back to this fundamental thing. Why not just make it a Superman show? Why not just do Superman? Why procrastinate on this? Yeah, but that'll only last for so long. Just by the sheer force of the universe, you're gonna have to eventually go to... Yeah. Unfortunately, kind of not a little... I don't know. set it at 4. DM Stretch, what a how lovely it is to see you. I'm doing good. We're distracting ourselves when we should be writing. I'm sorry. Start. Yeah, we share too many interests. Let's see. Chatting copy. Game mode. That's one way. Okay, good. Okay. It is lovely to see you. Lovely to see you again. It has been a while. It has been quite a while. Fantastic. It is 11 a.m. It is near midnight here. It is early. In some ways, it's good to wake up that early. Comfy is good. Comfy is good, my friend. See, part of the problem is I'm just as we're about to start our writing sprint. I want to talk to people. What have you been working on? Okay, should we do a writing sprint, everybody? How is it going, DM? Yes. Okay. Starting in 10, 9, Googleplex, Martian dollar sign, Vizphone, 4, trillion and 5, trillion and 6, $17, $85, a million, Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie, and C-3PO. 1, 2, 3, go! Well, look at that. What did we freaking do right there? We did 20 minutes of gosh darn writing work. How does that feel, everybody? Not too bad. What were you editing? What were you editing? Tell me what you were editing. Words and phrases. Those are my favorite ideas, words and phrases. Fourteen. About 1,414 words. Aha! I knew I was capable. Well, that feels gosh darn good. That feels fantastic. That feels... Oh, I feel good about doing that. That also works. That also works. What's your D&D campaign gonna be? Opus, did you get anything done? So, John, what's been the project lately? What have you been working on? One day I'd love to see you and Opus's manga, but you know I understand that that's going to be on break for a little bit. Oh, awesome! Awesome! Well, one day I hope to see it. I actually feel pretty good right now, and I think I want to keep going, but I'm getting pretty hungry. So how about we take a little bit of a break? Take a little bit of a break so I can get some food and stuff. And come back in like maybe 20-30 minutes. And I want to hear all you guys' thoughts and ideas still going forward. Okay? Does that sound good? Can you still hear me? I'm still here. Okay. I'm still here. You can hear my voice. I'm setting up a new little thing. Does that sound good for everybody? Okay, sounds good, sounds good, sounds good, sounds good. You don't really have a choice in the matter, but I'm making it sound like you do, so it feels like you're more involved. Okay, good. Be back in a little while. And we're back, baby! How's it going, everybody? Yes, I made it back. I made it back. I made it back. I had some yak. Then I made it back. I legitimately did eat yak. I had a yak taco. Robin, I actually wrote. I know. I wrote 1,000 words. 1,400 words. I gotta edit this shit now. Don't really feel like editing at the moment. I'll do that tomorrow. Yes. Right. Hopefully it doesn't play too much out with my system. Oh, let me go grilled cheese. I had to give up dairy, unfortunately, so I'm finding some good vegetarian cheeses. But I do love good grilled cheese. Yeah, I had to give it up. I know cheese is great, but there are some good vegetarian cheeses. There's some good vegan cheeses out there, so I'm doing okay. Don't worry. Yeah. Unfortunately, like I was in the hospital recently, and I was in the hospital partly because I was, for a lot of reasons, but ooh, no, I haven't. I got this cheese. It's like walnut based. It's delicious. I should try potato cheese. That sounds good. We'll do more writing in a minute. Just let's sit back. Let's relax. Sit back, relax, hang out. So, Wally West. You know, Jim, you have piqued my interest. Oh, that sucks. Potato cheese. Potato cheese. I mean, that's essentially what cheese is. Hey, guess what? Guess what real cheese is? Robin.
This is a potato.
No, never heard counter cheese. It's good. It's good. Would eating that count as cannibalism? Okay. Anyways. Sending some stuff off to the relevant people. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, that's the question. I mean, people accidentally eat their own hair all the time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or is it? That feels like the title to like a real like a metal song. Hair isn't meat, hair isn't meat. Oh, obviously not. I don't feel like editing. Do you guys ever go to TV Tropes? Don't. It is a website you can get quite lost in. No, you didn't spend your teenage years just obsessively looking through TVTropes.com? TVTropes.com attempts to categorize every single trope in the existence of the universe. And you can like kind of lose yourself in it. Yeah, that was true of me too. I mean, as a teen, I didn't really do like the social needs stuff. I'm just playing with the zoom. There we go. Yes, that's the actual answer. That's the actual answer. I'm just being cheeky. Do you think you... Well, it depends. So cheese is meat, huh? So cheese is meat. Meat, that means meat is cheese. Thus, cow is cheese. Thus, what Robin ate was a grilled cow. I believe we've solved this answer. Robin clearly must have ate an entire cow. Oh, then that doesn't count as cheese at all. Yeah. Oh, so we've all just been eating plastic. Delicious, delicious dinosaurs. God, how can I get out of this conversation? Delicious, delicious. Would you eat a dinosaur? Jem, would you eat a dinosaur? Yes, ultimately we're just eating stars. Delicious, delicious stars. Tell me what your good idea is. Thinking of a new topic. Somehow. Oh, yes. Delicious, delicious chicken here. Yeah, no, don't, we won't dox anybody here on this channel. I won't do it! So the Flash movie was a huge flop, huh? I saw that. I saw it. Yeah, how is the books, the ideas? Secret book. Oh, now I want to know. Well, let's see. You know, I still think of moving out of Houston all the time. I don't know. It won't be at least for another year or so. No nervousness about that, but it's something I think about a lot. I don't know. I saw a video today talking about improv and how UCB was kind of a pyramid scheme. And it's like, yeah, the improv school I went to was kind of a pyramid scheme. Well, I am thinking of moving to British Columbia. I'm like, and I kind of agree that it was I am thinking of British Columbia. Yeah, no, I know. Pyramids. So, have you guys ever heard that term before, a pyramid scheme? A lot of businesses could potentially be a pyramid scheme if you really break it down to it. Okay, so a pyramid scheme kind of works like this. At the top, there's founders. Yeah, like MLM. Okay, you get it. I mean, MLMs are 100% pyramid schemes. They just technically have a product. So, okay. So improv theaters, usually how they work is like they have real cheap shows, and those are to get you interested in them, so that you sign up for classes, which can be kind of pricey at times. And it's been accused of being a pyramid scheme. I don't know. Could be. Maybe there's a little part of me that says, surely I didn't fall for a pyramid scheme. And I don't think I did. I don't know if you would necessarily qualify it as a pyramid scheme. I would qualify a lot of improv theaters as badly run businesses that don't really think about their future profitability ever. But I don't know if I would qualify it as a pyramid scheme. So the way UCB usually works is people see the shows, which are very cheap, and people get so enthralled, and they say, well, we're going to teach you how to do it. So they get hired. So you take classes, and these classes can run you anywhere. These classes can be really expensive and maybe not totally worth it, but also, see, I wanted to get into comedy and be a comedian and stuff. And so it's kind of like college in that the real thing that you're paying for isn't so much what they're teaching you. It's more about the connections you can make. And like, improv was always such a good way for me to make friends really quickly. Like whenever I moved to a new city, I would just take improv classes at a theater there, and I would quickly just be welcomed into a community. And I legitimately do think improv like improved my life. Like it taught me to be like a better speaker, a better, quick. It taught me to be quick on my feet. It taught me to be a better writer. It taught me to do a lot of things really well. So I think the skills are really like good that it teaches you. But I guess this video really put me in stopped me in my tracks just a tiny bit, because I had been wanting to start teaching improv classes to people, and I'm like, oh geez, I don't want to start a pyramid scheme. Like I'm not like, and I hope I'm not doing a pyramid scheme. Like a problem I had with this video is it said, well, like you can't teach creative things, and that's true in a sense. Like the most important thing is practice. You have to practice being creative over and over again. But also, I've seen people do transition by doing improv from ideas that they have to I don't know. Maybe it is just practice. I don't know. Yeah, you can teach. There we go. You can teach foundation and discipline, but you can't teach this. Yeah, and inspiration. But ultimately, it's up to the person themselves to become good at it. But you can give. It's like giving people the tools that they need to do it. It's like I'm pretty incredulous of the idea that like with art, I learned art mostly on my own, and I wouldn't say I'm the best artist in the world, but I think it was important. I wouldn't have been able to do it if I kept taking classes. I would have far been too much in my head, and I think it was good that I mostly tried to do it on my own, but I can't help but say I did take art classes. It did help me get my head in the right space. So it's kind of a back and forth. So I really don't think, yeah. Like it's river is always a good metaphor for all this stuff. It's like you can direct you can redirect the river into more useful you can redirect rivers if you want. And I don't know. So I guess it's just like, but surely, like, you know, my thought process is, well, no. I of course would have never fallen for a pyramid scheme. But it's like, I don't know. That was the only way I knew, like, how people got success in, like, comedy was, like, through, like, UCB. Because the problem is it worked for a while, at least. It worked for a while that people had, like, improv skills. And, like, a lot of really talented people came up through it, and that's how they got their face and name out there, was by doing improv. And I don't know if that door has been closed now, but I do know that, like, if it's the way to, like, I don't know, it's a pyramid in this scheme in the same way like college is a pyramid scheme, you know, if you want to be like real, like you know, it's like, it's, you spend a lot of money, and the skills, some of the skills that you learn at college aren't really there, but the important part is that you kind of engage with the community. And like, one thing I wish I knew, I really internalized in college, is that the most important part about college is actually like talking, making a lot of friends. Yeah, and well, I wouldn't categorize it as a pyramid scheme. Yeah, it's more about the people you meet at school. That's the important part. Yeah. See, it's not, I wouldn't categorize it as a pyramid scheme. It is definitely overpriced and not as useful as people say it is. But pyramid scheme means something kind of specific. And pyramid schemes, a pyramid scheme means something a little bit more specific than what people say it is. You know, the conception that it's a scam is more, but it's a scheme. Yeah. I would say that it's definitely a scheme. Yeah. Well, yeah. Kind of. It can be really useful, but college is one of those things where it's like, you have to know, like, the thing they say that college is useful for is not the thing that it's actually useful for. And it's the you know, it's, you have to understand the underpinnings. Yeah, well, no, it's not a cult, because you can go home if you want. Yeah. Yeah, like, college can be very useful if you know actually what you're supposed to do in college. But nobody knows that. People just treat it like you're doing more school. That's not what you're doing there. What you're doing there is trying to form long-lasting connections that can get you into higher positions when they get into higher positions. You're trying to form, like, that's what you're really trying to do. Like, you read about it so much, it's like, well, they were friends with me in college, so I got them a job at this good company. Or, like, we started this company, we made friends in college. Like, that's what you're there to do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, college... Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, but that's also... I would say See, I guess this is the difference. I actually had a pretty good time in college, and I didn't come out with any student loan debt, so, you know, for me it was mostly a strong experience. But yeah, it can be. I have to say, my degree did not fucking help me get a job whatsoever. That was a mistake. Doing what I did. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I have a friend right now. I've been reconnecting with a college friend a little bit, but it's been life is turned. I shouldn't talk about that, but yeah. Oh God, that sounds terrible. I would never do that. That sounds fucking awful. There is definitely a, like, oh, yeah. There is definitely this whole, like, I don't know. College is terrible in many ways. I'm glad I'm out of it. Oh, shit, Robin. That sounds like nightmare. Brutal. No, not ironically. Very ironically. That sounds like definitely what would happen. I would not want to do that. Dude, like, Robin, I get kids on, like, the most traumatic things I've experienced on this website are because kids have been absolutely brutally cruel to me. Like, it's terrible. Yeah. Really, it's all terrible. It's all terrible. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I didn't read it. I didn't read it close. Yeah, I noticed that a little right after I went on my whole spiel about how mean kids are to be on here. But yeah. That sounds like it. People are just shitty, you know? People are just shitty. It's shitty. And college is a terrible high-pressure situation that really puts... Yeah. Really? Jeez. Yeah. That's great. Like, really? I imagine, like, it must be pretty hard to do, like, work like that. But it's all good now. All they do is use ChatGPT. Yeah. I mean, like, I had a good experience with the creative writing program in my college, but I will say this, like, teaching, like, creative arts always fails because they never teach you how to, like, live the life of a creative, if that makes sense. That's the thing I always notice. It's like there's no, like, talk about this, like, how to, like, make sure to organize yourself, make sure to, like be consistent and be reliable. It's all just, like, vague. One thing that always really bugged me, if I could. Jesus Christ. What if we just stopped doing school? would be nice to happen. Yeah, exactly. Band school. Let's keep everybody real thick. Anyway. I would say just remember in creative circles, it's network is the important part. Remember that make friends with like as many people as you can. That's how almost everybody gets through. Yeah, I mean, part of my problem is, you know, yeah. It's the only few times I've ever got a job in like creative fields is because I knew people who had those jobs beforehand. Like, did I ever tell you guys about my experiences working on a film set for what is probably a future bad movie classic, if it ever gets made? Anyways, I had met him just randomly. We chatted up. I met this guy just kind of randomly. We chatted up. But anyways, like, yeah. So it's just like that's important. I don't know. A little bit what I'm doing here, honestly. That was kind of one of my ideas. That was kind of one of the things why I wanted to start doing writing on Twitch, is because I was like, you know, maybe I'll meet people who have know people, and I could get further along. Little did I know how alienating I am as a personality. Oh, that's not true. I did meet a guy who one of the people on here. Yeah, one of the people on here I've met tried to get me a job once. That was pretty cool. I don't think I got it, but he did try. He did put in a good word for me. So. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good community. Not friendly with some people here in the community, but that's all I'll say about that. Uh, Isn't it funny when people fuck up and then they blame you for it? Yeah. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny when people fuck up and then they blame you even though they're the ones who fucked up? I find that really funny. Yeah. So that that writer's conduit thing, the first year I was a big part of it, right? And I signed up to do some panels for the next. I was going to do some panels for the next year, and then I received not one, but 2 different emails telling me the wrong time for the panels. They told me it was going to be a day later than it was. And so I treated it like it was going to be a day later, but when the panels happened, they sent me all these angry messages saying, well, you missed it, how could you miss it? And so I sent them an email. I said, hey, you're the ones who fucked up. You told me the wrong time twice. Then they sent me another angry message. Well, you should have just checked! You should have just checked, so it was your fault! Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun when that happens? So I sent them a message and I said, I'm never working with you people again. So isn't that fun that happened? I'm not bitter about it at all still, that they publicly dragged me when it was their fuck up. Isn't that fun? Even at the first year I did like 6 or 7 panels, and I did the most panels for them. So I practically ran almost every panel. Yeah. Well, no, Opus. I received 2 emails. 2 emails. When that happened. They sent me 2 separate emails. I was also exactly. It is. Anyways. So I sent them a message. I said I'm never working with. Well, I didn't say that exactly, but what I meant to say is I did say I'm never working with you people again. This is nonsense. I have no fucking idea what you people want. And I may have permanently burned a bridge, but I don't care. They wanted me to eat shit for their mistake and then blame me for it, so I'm not going to. And I've never said that online directly, but you know what? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit, right? Fuck it. Writers Conduit is a writers conference that's held directly here on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know if there's they've done it 2. I think they tried to do it a 3rd. I didn't see it last year, or maybe I wasn't. Maybe they blocked me. I don't know that. I've never brought it up. I didn't bring it up. I haven't brought it up till tonight. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm in a pissy mood. that made I just got. I randomly remember that, and you know what? Screw it. It's long enough. It's long enough. I kept my mouth shut the whole time because I was trying to be like nice about it. But screw it. screw it. Who cares? And they were like, well, you were almost late for one. Well, that drove me up a wall. Because they tried to bring up that where I wasn't late for one. I was setting up. I had to set up all these things, and I wasn't late. I wasn't late. It just took me. I was there like 5 minutes before the whole thing started, and then they were like, well, you were late for one, so we don't trust you. I'm like, fuck off with your bullshit. And you know what it was? They've never liked me. They've never liked me because I wouldn't participate in like certain writer games that they like to play. Yeah. You know? So fuck off with that goddamn bullshit, you know? You're the ones who fucked up. You're the one, like, I love Coffee, but Coffee was the one organizing an English language conference. Coffee lives in Japan. Coffee should never have been the one organizing. Coffee was the one like organizing the timetables. I don't know why they put Coffee in charge of that, because Coffee lives in Japan. Coffee would, of course, where literally everybody else lives in the U.S. or England. So of course Coffee would be immediately confused by it. Yeah. Yeah. They shouldn't have. I love Coffee. Coffee's one of my favorite people. But Coffee should never been in charge of the timetables. That was a terrible choice. Coffee was like literally the worst, just because of where Coffee lives. That throws off every bit of like timekeeping. Oh, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, it's nonsense. None of them know what they're talking about. These are like, I average 6 viewers. Like this is a, yeah. I agree. I average 6 viewers. I am nothing on Twitch. They were so lucky a big Twitch streamer agreed to be part of it. They were so lucky that he agreed to be part of it. That guy was doing a fucking big favor for everybody. They got Tail Foundry, who is like a relatively big writing YouTuber and streamer. They were so lucky that Tail Foundry. I like his video. He does really good videos. I like his video. I was a fan of him. That was the only reason anybody paid attention to it. Yeah, Tail Foundry is great. They were so lucky he agreed to do it. I'll link his channel. I like his channel a lot. And that was like literally the only cachet they got. They make really good videos. I like their videos a lot, and they occasionally stream on Twitch. They were so lucky they got Tail Foundry to agree to do that shit. I don't know if they got him like secured last year, but he was like literally the only big a person that had any cachet. Anyways, not to bring up too much drama, but it is the middle of the night, and it is like. By the way, don't. This is me just kind of complaining about people. So, but don't bring this up to anybody, please. They weren't interested in doing what they weren't interested in like my, they were interested in playing weird power games with me, and I wasn't. But I don't want any connection. Like I have no interest in like anything. Like I don't want anything from them. Because I didn't need anything from them, like my stuff has been growing just fine without them, so it's fine. Yeah. But like, so don't, please don't be weird. Yeah, no, he makes great stuff. I love his stuff a lot. He gives like writing tips and like talks about magic and myths and yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. That's me being petty. I shouldn't be petty. I swore I would never talk about that with anybody because I'm like, fine, whatever. But this is buried about 3 hours into a very late night stream. I figured nobody's gonna give a shit. And they were like, well, why didn't you check? It's because I thought I didn't have to check. I legitimately thought I didn't have to check because you sent me 2 emails. It's like not my job. At a certain point, it's not my job to organize stuff. It's not my job. I trust your ability. And he said, well, you weren't available at Discord all the time. Well, I'm fucking sorry. That for like 20 minutes. I'm sorry that I didn't think I did have to do anything for a day, so I put my phone down for like 20 minutes. Like, I know it's shocking to believe, but there are times where I don't like stick around on the internet. Anyways. Every second of the day. People get mad at me at times. Okay, that's enough of me being dramatic. I know people love that shit, but I don't want to be dramatic. Let's see, am I banned from it? I don't know. And the thing is, I love quite a lot of people who were involved in that. But it doesn't look like I'm banned. Oh my God. I guess they're doing it this year. Yeah. I had thought once about like we should run a counter. I want to run a counter program to them. What should we run a counter program to them? Yeah, it's. Should we run a counter programming to them, like try and like siphon away everything? Yeah, let's do it. Sure, why not, right? Let's run our own. No, I don't want to run a convention. I had thought like we could do like a marathon. I could do like a marathon stream like during Writers Conduit. Yeah, we're talking drama here, Atasha. Hey. It's fine. I'm not petty. Yeah. Sure. Write 100,000 words in 4 days? We could do that. Yeah, just for spite. One serious... Yeah. Right? Yeah, I could do that. An actual serious thing I've thought about several times is like I'd like to start a film festival. I've always wanted to do like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I'm sorry. Maybe I could text and beg my one famous friend to come on. I do have two famous people who are. I do know two people who are kind of famous. But that would maybe be awkward to do. I don't want to do it. I wouldn't want to do that. So here's the solution. Yes, exactly. No, I don't have the cash to do that. But I had thought about trying to do like a marathon stream session where we go for like 4 days straight. See if we could. I thought that would be fun. Or how about this? A film festival. Like an honest to goodness film festival, like where we get filmmakers from around the world and we premiere their films live here on stream. Yeah, I don't know how. Ooh, that would be fun. Oh, well, there are film jams. They're called 48-hour festivals, where you try and make a movie in 48 hours, a short film in 48 hours. What if I offered a prize of like $300 or something? What if we let the audience vote on it? Yeah, High Five Film Jam. Sure. Sure. I don't know. I'll think of some. Yeah. Yeah, we would need people to get. It would need to be an actual prize. Like, I'd need to offer some money. Well, I'm talking about maybe starting a film festival now, I guess, is what I'm talking about. At minimum, I'm talking about doing a marathon stream. All of them? Do all of them?
If you travel progressive
Oh,
to
God.
the United States, you probably and for their blink.
I just wanted to check something real quick. I hate when people... Sorry about that. You know, I have TikTok on my phone. I have a TikTok account, but every day... Yes, exactly. Every day, I always, once I'm done using it, I delete it off my phone. So, it's an arduous process, but it makes me really consider it every time I need to re-log in, because I'm like, do I really want to spend all the time re-downloading it and re-signing up for it? It takes me like So it means I don't use it all that often, which is good. Yeah. Any con, anywhere. Yeah. Who would we want at a con? Who realistically could we get like actual celebrities? Like, who realistically could we get? Kevin Bacon. Maybe. My Bacon number? Do I have a Bacon number? Jeez. I've worked on so few actual real projects that count. Possibly. So there's this kind of running. Okay, do you want to explain what a Bacon number is, Robin? So there's this actor Kevin Bacon, and the claim is that you can get anybody in the world is connected to Kevin Bacon by at least six degrees of separation. And yeah. So, and that's how you kind of try and connect your Bacon number. And it's like for almost, there's a crazy amount of people that you can do it to. Like, who is it? And usually it's film people. Like, so John Wilkes Booth has a Kevin Bacon number of 6. So, let's see. I think yeah, let's see. John Wilkes Booth, Kevin Bacon number. Oh, he's 5 degrees. Oh, wow. Okay. Here's how it works. Remember, Booth was an actor. So, in 1839, John Wilkes Booth was in a production of Macbeth with Louise Lane Drew. Louise Lane Drew appeared in an 1896 production of Rivals with her grandson, Lionel Barrymore. Lionel Barrymore was in 1948's It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart. Jimmy Stewart was in 1997's Airport 77 with Jack Lemmon. Jack Lemmon was in 1991's JFK with Kevin Bacon. I think I can do one. Because I do have a connection with... It's very slight, but I think I can make a connection. I just have to... He runs there's a website where you can do this. Kevin Bacon number. Okay, the Oracle of Bacon, there we go. Oh, why don't I just do this on stream? Why am I doing it? Why am I doing it on here? Okay. Okay. Oh shit! So I have a bacon number of 3. Yeah. No, but you can usually directly connect. So I have a bacon number of 3. That's cool. Yeah. So I briefly worked. I was a paid audience member on America's Funniest Home Videos. So when Alfonso Carlton from Alfonso Riprione hosted. Alphonse, aka Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He was in a movie called Night of 100 Stars 2 with Dustin Hoffman. Dustin Hoffman was in Sleepers with Kevin Bacon. So I told you it's very slight, but that would be my Kevin Bacon number. I briefly worked on a show that he worked on. Yeah, right? That's cool. No, we can do this. We can do this. Do you know anybody... Well, I mean... Opus. You know that means you have a bacon number 4, right? Let's see what Sarah has. Oh! So Sarah has a... my friend Sarah, who... I say friend. Friendly acquaintance, let's say that, who has a bacon number of 2. And so I still have a bacon number of 3. Because that's my actual legitimate connection to a celebrity. Because I know Sarah. Not super... We haven't talked in over a year, but... Over 2 years, but still. I do have her on my phone. Do you know Sarah Paxton? Do people know Sarah Paxton? Do people know my history with Sarah Paxton? We took improv classes together. If people have ever seen Aquamarina or Return to Halloween Town, yeah, she's like the one celebrity I know. It's quite funny. She was in The Innkeepers. She's actually really good in The Innkeepers. I'll say that. That's probably her best movie. Like as a legitimate actor. This seems to be a movie that like I've never heard of it until I met her, but anyways. I'm following her on TikTok, and theoretically, because she's in my contacts, I could message her and say, hi Sarah, we knew each other we hung out with each other for about 6 months, but it's awkward at this point. I do have another friend that probably all of you may know or think is may know their work more directly. Who here has played the video game Hades? Hades? Anybody here a fan of the video game Hades? The one that came out. Yeah. I know a voice actress in that game. I'm sure I've dropped that little... There she is. I know her. Evelyn Penrose. Yeah. Megathera. Megara? I almost forgot how to pronounce it. Yeah. Evelyn Penrose. That's my friend. I wonder if they have a picture. I mean, I know who Ernest Cline is. Elon Musk once replied to one of her tweets, so she was in the news for a little bit. That's such a funny... Oh, look at Ernest. Sure, let's see. I'm sure he has one. Oh. Oh. Okay, we'll do directors. Oh no, TV shows and movies. I guess we'll do producers. There we go. Okay, Ernest Cline has 2, but you do have to open it up to get some sleep. Oh shoot! You've met Ernest Cline? Of course, he was a Mystery Science. Oh, right, Tour de Pharmacy. That was a good one. Oh, that's so cool. That's very cool. Do you think I could get Ernest Cline to come to my... It's what happens, man. It's what happens. Well, because you guys now all have a connection with me, you do have a bacon number. Because I figured out my bacon number. It's 3 either way. Ah. Did you like Ready Player One? Did you read Ready Player One? Yay. They always hold you back. Yeah. Well, it certainly was it was a very influential book. Sleep, Robin, sleep. Have you ever seen the movie? It's kind of. Have you ever seen the movie The Last Starfighter? It's kind of a lot of these. Well, do that too. But sleep. Like you really. Oh, I'm sure. I believe Jay Baruchel may have even been in a movie with Kevin Bacon. Okay. Listen, this stream could just become solely us looking up Kevin Bacon numbers of various celebrities, as sometimes as you are as people are wont to do. Let's see. 2. Jay Baruchel has 2, I believe. America Ferrera. That was America Ferrera's connection. Two. Oh, well then, still 3. I'm really not. I don't, like, I'm not, I'm annoyed, I'm still very much annoyed that that happened, but I moved on from that pretty quickly. I don't have any interest in, like, probably shouldn't have brought it up, but it randomly irritated me for a minute, and I wanted to exercise that demon. But, like, I'm not interested in participating in anything they do ever again, but, you know, whatever. I'm not going to bother them. I'm building my own. I have my own little world. I don't need their world. Yeah, exactly. I don't need them. The thing is, I never needed them. That's my honest opinion. I don't know. I'm far from perfect, anyways. You know, maybe there's an argument that I should check, but I don't know. I was also really sick that whole time, and that's not their fault. I didn't tell people that I was hoping I'd get better by the next thing. But I had this horrible, like, fever that whole weekend. And it was hard for me to really even think things through. Like, and I guess I had been hoping, like, the whole time that I would get better, but I was just so sick that whole week. You know? Anyways. Again, do not talk to these people. Do not bring this up. If I were to try to pull off some counter programming, it would be, I would not bring up that it is counter programming. It would just be I would just conveniently be doing something big at the time. Like doing a 4-day straight stream. Wouldn't it be nice if I like made a movie by that time next year? Like a full-on movie, and that you guys could see, that I could premiere it that day? Yeah, right? I could do something like that. But wait, you don't think I could pull off making a 48-hour movie? I want to make a movie. Yeah, you know, like, talk about how good it is. I'll think of something to do. So in other news, just because, like, I guess we'll do writing in a little bit, but I'm enjoying just the chill hangout vibes where we chat. 2 views. Great. Let's get to put all that work in that little video. So YouTube has lowered its requirement for monetization and for certain aspects of monetization. And I meet all of them except for watch time. And they say I need about 3,000 hours of watch time to qualify for some forms of monetization over there. So I gotta think of like how to, like, I don't know, what sort of videos should I make? What would you guys like to see? There we go. That rules. That means you have it. So, it seems like all us normal, everyday people here have a bacon number of 3. You know, and you know, the whole thing is like, supposedly, the way the world works is that we are just 6 degrees separated from everybody in the world in some way. Like, I went to camp once with a girl whose cousin is Christopher Nolan's lawyer. Or, and you can just do like Christopher Nolan. He directed the Christian Bale Batman movies. You know, The Dark Knight, The Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Returns. So that connects me to Christian Bale. And Christian Bale, of course, connects me to, I don't know, Christian Bale's stepmother was Gloria Allred, which is a weird fact. Gloria Allred initially got famous for going undercover at the Playboy Mansion, so that connects me to Hugh Hefner, and you can go. Exactly. 1 Degree of Teacup. And then Teacup, you get into a Kevin Bacon movie, and then you have 1 Degree of Kevin Bacon, and then I'll have 2. Yeah. What if all of society was like the most vaulted of us have the lower Bacon numbers? That's. What if we did like a young adult? What if there was like a terrible like young adult dystopian novel that's based all around Bacon numbers? Based around like Kevin Bacon numbers? Like, some of us are directly connected to Kevin Bacon. But I don't care if you're a 3 and I'm a 2. We'll be together forever. The Baconing. Yes. He's big beefy boy with big muscles. He's big beefy boy who I describe. You can tell he's the love interest because I spent a long time describing him directly. Ah! And then you find out like the main narrator girl. He's Kevin Bacon is good. Kevin, I don't know. I don't know what you would have seen him in. He's a great actor, but he hasn't been in any, like, I would say, super relevant in the last few years. Did you ever see the original Footloose? This is him. Yes. He's the main boy in that. I've actually never seen the original Footloose. Well, Kevin Bacon has long been deified. Kevin Bacon has long been deified by the ancients. And like, you know, the numbers are in the hundreds now, but we must all cling. But there is legend of someone who has a 2. Who has a 2. The chosen one. Of course there was a war, of course there was an apocalypse in America, and of course some sort of like monarchy arose, because that would be the most logical thing to happen in America after apocalypse. Is for a monarchy to arise. Did you guys ever read any of those books? Like those teen YA dystopia novels? I was a bit too old when that trend came along to get really into that sort of stuff. I do think Hunger Games has really funny world building. That's my only real critique of it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you really break it down. But yeah, well, what gets me, like, this, like, the complaint I have, the one real complaint I have, well, I have another complaint about Hunger Games, but that's more complicated and, like, segues into my feelings about how, like, fascism is written wrong in a lot of stuff, and, that gets into a real complex subject, and that people would get mad at me about. But one thing I think is funny about Hunger Games is like they have like districts that do just one thing, and it's like supposed to be America, and it's like that makes like no sense. Like they have one district that's just for food and one district that's just for manufacturing, and it's like, but what if there's like a bad weather in the food that would like totally kill off everybody? Wouldn't it make more sense to spread that all out to the arable lands? Like why are you just sacrificing a ton of arable land? None of this would make sense. And manufacturing manufacturing is like you shouldn't. Manufacturing shouldn't be all in one area. It should be. It's just the reason we do things is because it makes more sense to spread all that stuff. Anyways, that bugs me. Yeah. There's like 1,000 things could go wrong in one area. Why are we doing that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like it could be crippled so like the whole society could be crippled so like easily, like with just like stoppages in like one little area. Like it's just yeah, exactly. It's like it doesn't really make sense. Also, calling it the Hunger Games is stupid. That bugs me. That always bugged me. They should, like, the nickname should be the Hunger Games. Like, the nickname like, Hunger Games is perfectly fine for a title, but that's what the people should call it. Like, they shouldn't, like, the... Yeah. But like the people should call them the Hunger Games. It should be called like the District Games or something in like official parlance. Like, anyways. Again, those are minor gripes. It doesn't really make the story worse. It's just like, you know, like everything you read will have like kind of goofy plot holes, I think. I don't think it actually makes this, yeah. Yeah, but it's, I don't know. Like the Hunger Games are like a propaganda effort, right? Like we had, you know, in real life, yeah. In real life, like there was like the gladiator, you know, the Roman gladiator stuff. But like they didn't call that the Roman gladiator. They called it like, you know, yeah. Also, if you don't know, gladiators actually didn't kill each other. Gladiatorial games and all that stuff were more akin to what we would call pro wrestling nowadays. It was all fixed and made to look real. sometimes people would die, yeah, but nobody was actually supposed to die. Well, it's just one of those things. It's like they didn't really need to. Like, you don't actually need to. Like, it's one of those things. It's like if they didn't include that detail, people wouldn't have a problem with it. Like, you could just not do it. Do the anime. The Districts is dumb. The Districts is just dumb world building, and it doesn't really ruin the story, I would say. Like, good world building can enhance a story, and bad world building, well, people can just ignore that. People just ignore that stuff usually. But I don't know. Has a story ever really been ruined by really truly bad world building? I'm sure it has. Yeah, pretty much. I hate to break it to you. Wrestling actually isn't real. Truly bad world building. Has there ever been can you guys think of a story that's ever been ruined by how bad their world building is? I don't know. You can? I'm sure there are ones. Yeah. Like, the problem with Hunger Games is like the dystopia they built would just collapse almost immediately. I have another issue with the Hunger Games dystopia thing, but that would require a very long dissertation about why fascism, nobody writes that people don't really understand fascism and they don't write it correctly, usually. The important thing to remember about fascism is that it was very, very racist. But that can be for my political dissertation, where I become a doctor of post-war, pre-war studies in the U.S. I mean, Iron, isn't that which one is your favorite? What you like a certain fae? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, the thing with world building is if it's good, you don't really notice it, but if it's bad, it fucks everything up. Great world building should be kind of unnoticeable. It should feel just realistic, and it should feel it should feel authentic, I guess is the better word. It should feel authentic and well made, and because theoretically the entire world around you, everything that has been done for a reason and has explicit purposes. Like, the house that I'm in right now was built for a certain reason. Yeah, that sounds boring. I'm trying to think of something that had kind of bad world building. I don't know. Can't really think of any. Nothing that distracts me all that much. Part of the problem is, it's usually with world building, unless I'm pretty knowledgeable about say how how fascism works. Like I read a lot about, which is terrible. It seems terrible, but like I'm pretty knowledgeable. Like I'm quite fascinated by like dictatorships and like how all that stuff sort of develops and things. So I have a pretty good working knowledge about all this stuff and like what movements usually happen and how like strong men take control of things. So it's when I read the stuff done badly, it irritates me because it's like it underplays all the problems that really happen. And it's also one of those conversations that's hard to have. Like, you know, people want there to be protagonists in the world, and in real life history, that doesn't usually happen. It's about people reacting to and manipulating trends. And it's like there's no real one protagonist in any historical movement usually. Like even like say somebody like Napoleon, who gets credit for like really changing the nature of like European politics. You know, true, but he was also kind of just riding on a general wave that was happening. Like Napoleon is credited for ending a lot of old European ideals, but also those old European ideals were just kind of dying anyways, and you know, yeah. Hello, Leveling. Yeah, I agree. It is much easier. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of. Welcome, Leveling. I'm just trying to think. We were just trying to think if, like, has there been a story with world building so bad it just, like, totally ruined it? And I can't think of any off the top of my head, really, that would ruin it, but I don't know. I don't know. Can you think of one? Yeah, 100% bad prose is harder to, like, pick up on. Is much easier to pick up on than, like, can ruin a thing. Because it's like, you know, you wouldn't watch a movie with a smudgy lens. Or it's like, if you think about it in video game terms, you know, there's this concept in video games. Yeah. Exactly. Do you have any examples of bad world building? Yeah. I brought up the Hunger Games whole like district thing is stupid. But yeah. But the thing about world building is it's often there are little side details that you can just kind of ignore usually. Which is a whole like I guess it shows. Like it's like you know, if like they have royal guards that don't really make any sense. It's like, well, is the main character a royal guard? I don't know this character. Where is this from? I have good intense knowledge of certain things. Oh, Wheel of Time. You know what? That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Yeah. That's pretty darn rare in desert situations. Not impossible. Not impossible, but like pretty select. That's a good one. That's a very good one. But again, that doesn't like really ruin the story, does it? Like it doesn't ruin the story that you know, you have a character with red hair living in the desert. That's like, it's not that big of a deal, really, in the end, is it? Also, you know, I guess I'm kind of pointing at an issue with over obsession with world building, and that there's elements that it's like. Like, yeah, I agree. I usually get lost on things when it's like, oh, wait. Yeah. I'm on this Reddit. I mean, like, you know, there's Mongolians. Yeah. Exactly. I was thinking, like, you know, there's some reports that, like, even, you know, Genghis Khan had, may have had red hair, so, you know, and I know, like, the steppes aren't exactly the desert, but, you know, red hair can pop up in, you know, strange places. But yeah, it is a little weird, right? Is having pale, redheaded people. It's not so much the redhead; it's the paleness that like would be, I think, an issue in deserts. That I think that would be pretty hard to avoid. Welcome to the stream leveling. How are things going? I swear we have actually written on the stream. We just got very distracted by it being very chatty. Tell us a little about yourself. Are you right? I assume you're a writer. Oh, and you... Yeah, but he wasn't born in the desert, Bo. He wasn't born in the desert. Also welcome in, but he wasn't born in the desert. He was a pasty Englishman who lived in the desert. I lived in the desert for several years. But if... Yeah, but he wasn't. But you don't magically. But we're talking about like a group of people that lives in the desert for a couple hundred years. Like it wouldn't really make sense for them to be traveling and be hyper pale like they were. Yeah. The body tends to correct for that. Yeah. Yes, yeah. No, we're talking, like, there's a group in Wheel of time. A book series I've never read, by the way, but there's a group in Wheel of Time that has, like, are pale redheads, but they live in the desert, and it's like, that doesn't totally make sense. So, yeah, 3,000 years in canon, and we're talking very basically about, the kind of the thesis of the conversation is, how bad does world building need to be before it ruins the story? Welcome back. And we're just generally trying to think of like how, like, was there ever like a bit, like, whoa, have you ever read a bit of world building that was just so bad? It was so bad that it totally destroyed the story for you. Like, where is that level exactly? I have seen the TV show. I saw the first episode of the TV show, and I wasn't super impressed. But because it was a bunch of whiny people screaming at each other, and I hate those types of shows. But yeah. See, that's a key thing, I think. It's like historical things if they get it wrong. Wheel of Time, not a huge fan of it. I only saw the first episode, but I thought the Wheel of Time TV show was it came off to me like a group of whiny idiots screaming at each other, and I wasn't a huge fan of that. General rule for character writing. I'm going to throw this out there. General rule for character writing. Think about how fun it would be to hang out with these people in real life. And if that sounds like miserable and depressing, do not do that for your fun adventure series. That's my general thought process. It's like, if this would be a miserable social experience, don't write that. Are they doing a second season? I don't know. The thing, it seems to be like to me, I couldn't stand the characters in Wheel of Time. Like I thought really, I don't know, man. Or person, sorry. I don't know, buddy. That seems like I don't know if I'd want to sit through it. Is it better? Hopefully, it's better. You know, I'll say this: I go into every show I watch. I go into every show I watch with like. Even if I've read or seen the thing, I go into everything I watch with, like... I try and like it. I try and like things. I try and like things when I watch them. Like, I don't want to, like... If I'm spending my time watching something, I want to have a good experience. So I really, like... I really do give shows every benefit of the doubt. I was just bored by Wheel of Time, the TV show. I just don't... It's just, I don't know. My problem, like, the thing about it is, Wheel of Time, at least initially, I know it from my understanding at least initially, is more in lines of, like, say, a Lord of the Rings sort of thing. And I'm going to throw this out there. This is going to be controversial. Everybody step back when I say my very controversial opinion that I have about something. Yeah. Well, I found it really boring, and I've never read the books, so... But sit back and listen to a controversial thing I'm about to say. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan. I don't like Amazon all that much. I was a little negative that they fired the Tolkien expert on the set of Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. I liked Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was good. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it. I know that's not the consensus opinion from everybody. I was really rooting against that show. I was rooting the fuck against that show. I was mad when I sat down and I'm like, oh fuck, I kind of like it. And you know what it was? Ultimately? I liked the characters. It wasn't exactly accurate to Tolkien and all that shit, but generally, I found most of the characters to be charming and charismatic. I thought the acting was strong, and I thought the character writing was strong, and that will get me through a lot of stuff. I know this is an unpopular opinion. I know. He's a tragic hero. I thought she's a tragic hero. I thought that was fine. I feel it got the charm of, it got the charm right. See, my big worry throughout the whole thing was they were going to try and make it like a Game of Thrones sort of thing. Like they were going to try and turn into they were going to try and make it more like Game of Thrones. And so when they got the tone pretty good, I was like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Again, I go into things looking for positives. Trust me, I try and be positive about things. I was super fucking negative about this show, and then I saw it and I hated myself, but I kind of liked it. I thought it was fine. I know, tar and feather me all you want. Tar and feather me. I am the last honest man in the world. I have been to New Zealand, my friend. I have been to New Zealand. I have been to New Zealand. I have gone on the Lord of the Rings tour. Trust me. I enjoyed it. Yeah. But you can agree with me, it's a better adaptation than Wheel of Time, right? It's better than Wheel of Time. Like, it gets it more than Wheel of Time. Like, the show, like, it may not be exactly loyal to the canon, but it gets what Lord of the Rings is. You know? Like, it's a bit... The problem with, like, Wheel of Time is that Wheel of Time is full of, like, very boring characters who do nothing. Do nothing but kind of scream at each other, and I just don't like that. I can't. I don't like the... Yeah. I mean, it's fine to just... Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know, my big fear going into it was they were gonna try and make it like, Game of Thrones. And I the whole time I was like, please just don't make this Game of Thrones. I love Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is great, but Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones aren't the same thing. And they shouldn't, like, they shouldn't try and make Game of Thrones, they shouldn't try and turn Lord of the Rings into Game of Thrones. And I guess I was relieved that they didn't. You know what it is? It's strong Lord of the Rings fan fiction. I mean, I don't consider anything new that isn't written by J.R.R. Tolkien to be, like, official anyways, I guess. So it's, you know, like, the Lord of the Rings is the book. I was fine with that. That didn't bother me, I guess. But again, man, I'm easy to please. I'm actually not. I'm very fastidious, and have very, very exacting high standards. But I guess admit it. Like, I got. Yeah. By the way, if you guys like Victorian English based literature, Bow Street here has some great stuff. Don't you, Bo? Link your stuff, Bo. Link your stuff. I guess I was just so happy it wasn't, because I had watched Wheel of Time, and I guess I was just so happy it wasn't a group of like whiny idiots constantly screaming at each other. That I gave it more of a pass than me, you know. No, screw it. No, I liked it. I thought it was good. I'm just gonna say it. I thought it was good. I get why people wouldn't like it, though. And I really thought I was going to be the one to hate. I really thought I was going to hate it, and then I ended up liking it. And it irritated. And there's a little part of me that's like, you know, Like, I want to be, I want to join in the hate train. I can't. I have to be honest. Yeah. I always think to myself, it's like, because in many ways, like, you're a silent, I was thinking to myself when I'm reading a book or watching a movie, it's like, I'm like a silent guy just sitting in the background somewhere watching all these. Like, I'm not the main people. Yeah. Well, Leveling, you know what? It is a defense, a little bit of Wheel of Time. And I maybe would have even said that was okay in the TV show if they didn't fucking age them up to like 25. Like, that is somewhat of a defense for Wheel of Time. Not, it's not 100% true, because like teenagers aren't that all the time, and you should show that. Like, teenagers aren't always whiny and hate-filled. But it's okay. It's okay, by the way, if you're a teenager and you're a little bit whiny. That's fine. Everybody is when they're a teenager. But they aged them up to be in like their 20s and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I just think. So like they have like the attitudes and behaviors of a teenager, but now they're older. So it's like it doesn't even really justify it. I remember vocally when the main guy appeared on screen, I said out loud once, it's like, oh God, please don't let him be the protagonist. Yeah, especially if they're adults. Especially if they're adults, they should be a little bit able to handle that shit better. You know? Like, being a teenager is a weird time, and you got a lot of emotion, like intense emotions running through you at all times, and it can come off as cringy and terrible and like weird at all times, and yeah, that was so stupid. I hated that. Like that's just like I don't know. It's just like. It feels like shitty, like modern writing standards is that every character needs to just be sad and angry at all times. Like, I had friends when I was a teenager. We didn't argue and snipe at each other all the time. Mostly we just talked about Mass Effect. Mostly we just talked about video games. But like, I don't know. You guys remember the time that the Joker was the ambassador to Iran? Iran? Do people know? I am so this event in real life, this is a real thing. Yeah, so this is a thing DC Comics did once where they made Joker the UN ambassador to Iran. Not a fictional country, although they try and pretend that's what happened. No, this is a real thing that they did where Joker was it's like legitimately like the dumbest thing in the world. I don't know. I was just laughing thinking about that. Like, yeah. But of course, what's the worst adaptation? What do you guys think would be the worst? What do you guys think is the worst adaptation of a source material? Like, why haven't we seen Joker? Like, this is why sometimes with adaptations you have to not do things, I think. Like, why aren't the Batman movies making Joker the ambassador to Iran? Why aren't they doing that? Don't they want to be, like, don't they want to be, like, legitimate and honest? Probably maybe like the Dark Tower book movie. That's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad adaptation. I don't know. What do you guys think? What should we do now? I'm kind of out of ideas. We could do more writing. Sure, let's do that. I'm gonna. So here's the thing, though. Just so that this doesn't become YouTube won't let me edit like any of the few copyrighted things I played in the stream out. I'm gonna when it hits. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Ali Alexis, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to briefly stop it and then turn it back on. Okay? So I'm going to... Oh, thank you for pledging. Thank you for pledging. Ali, welcome, welcome, welcome. No, it can't go past 5 hours. So we're getting close anyway, so I might as well just do it right now. Yeah, 5's the limit before they won't let me edit. So I'm just going to do it right now. I'll be gone just for a couple of seconds. I'm going to come right back. Okay? So I'll be gone for like 5 seconds, and then I'll come right back, okay? So everybody stay is what I'm saying. Everybody just stay. I'm not leaving. So, Witcher is pretty bad. That's literally the one I was thinking of. Okay. Starting in right now.